first stream back on YouTube in 3 years, over 3 years.
Wow.
And essentially the guy that was responsible, not responsible, but part of the reason no, hey, part of the reason I got banned was because the collaboration. It is true, I got 2 strikes, and then the first one back here is with the same man, Nick Fuentes. Welcome back.
Good to be back.
Yeah, happy to be here on YouTube. Sorry we had a party difficulties. I think the voice were too deep, and the website was working fine earlier. It was 3 months in. It's just emotion, the generational run is crazy right now. How you doing, Nick?
I'm good.
Should we explain why I have the tux on and you don't?
Yeah, let's do it.
So there was just an inaugural ball, pretty close by, and it was at the Young Republicans event. Baton was speaking there. He was hosting. I was luckily invited, and so was Nick. And then what happens to Nick happens. What happened?
Yeah, well, they said I might be able to go, which they do every year at NYYRC. They say, well, we're working on it. We might be able to get you in. And they told me I was invited. I was going to be in the VIP section. I'm going to be a guest. And then, as usual, they canceled me. They disinvited me. They told me I can't come. I guess there was going to be a big revolt in the club if I was going to be there. But I already had my stuff booked, so I said, fuck it, I'll just come to New York and ball out anyway.
We got to hang out. We just had a nice dinner. Out of 10, how was it?
That was a 10 out of 10.
That was a 10? Let's go. 10. That's good. Always good to catch up with Nick. It's always cool to see you when you're here in the city. And I'm glad you came, man. It's a white Christmas. It's snowing outside.
Yes.
Christmas. Yeah. I love Christmas. What do you
Me
like?
too.
I love Christmas. I always repeat that all the time. People are upset. I said Christmas is I did kind of rage bait a bit. I said it was a boy slap holiday. But there are some traditions in there. Like there's no evidence, for example, that Christmas is Jesus' birthday, correct?
No. There's Christians who would argue that he was born on the 25th of December.
There's no biblical evidence of that, right?
I don't know. I mean, this is an argument that's been going on a long time, and books have been written about it. I haven't brushed up on the arguments why Christmas has to do with trees and is on the 25th and all that, but there's Catholics that have defended that.
Okay.
I don't know the arguments, though.
Yeah, I was talking about how, the materialistic aspect of it, buying presents, the reindeer has nothing to do with Jesus.
Well, the presents are biblical, because the Magi give the gifts.
But it's been commercialized a lot, that's my point.
Yeah, okay, Charlie Brown, yeah.
Okay.
It's America, we buy stuff.
Well, that's my point, is that it's a holiday, but it's become more of a cultural thing than a religious thing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that to an extent, but the religion is the core of it. Without the Christ in the center of it, it loses its meaning. Because at the end of the day, Christmas isn't just about the trees and the ornaments and the gifts. It's about, even all the movies, it's about the spirit of Christmas.
It is. I love the Christmas spirit is palpable. You can see it in New York right now. I love it. I love the lights. I like the trees. I like the spirit. I love the family time. My family's Catholic. I go to church. I go to mass with them. I love it. But I also today was SantaCon, and you get to see some of SantaCon. My point is that culturally, right, like all these people come in from Jersey, Long Island, Connecticut to get drunk in Midtown, put on Santa hats, and do a bar crawl. That's the part where it becomes less religious and just more of a cultural thing, similar to most other American, like St. Patrick's Day, an excuse to get drunk.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's like degenerates out there, but I view that as like a deviation from what Christmas really is. I mean, it's like Halloween. People do that on Halloween.
I like Halloween. Halloween is a satanic holiday, but I like it. See,
but it didn't used to be. It's the night before All Saints Day is where it comes from.
Isn't that the day like right before all the evil spirits are outside, right before the Saints Day?
Something like that, yeah. Because November 1st is All Saints Day. It's a holy day of I think it's a holy day of obligation. So, and that one, there's like a lot of Catholics who will say you should dress up as like saints for Halloween. I'm like, that's really lame though. Like there was this Catholic guy named Mike Boris who I talked to once, and he said, on Halloween we should dress up like popes and the apostles and the saints. I'm like, yeah, but kids want to be like Anakin. Kids want to be like a Transformer.
Spider-Man.
Or Ninja Turtle. Like that's kind of. Don't all the saints aren't just going to be in like medieval clothes anyway? It's like all going to be the same costume.
And then the adults, it's turned into, you see what the women wear. today, which was I had fun there. I enjoyed it. You should have came.
Yeah, I wish I
Nah, that sucks. That's very unfortunate. But you've been on a crazy run this year since it feels cool to be back on YouTube. First saw you 3 years ago. You were there knifing the camera, and you were talking about how horrors are ruining society, and I'm like, this is dope. I sent you the first clip recently where I first saw you, and I always had a positive reaction. We did a lot of streams on YouTube when I was really at the peak of my popularity, and then kept doubling down, tripling down, and now you're here. You've had a crazy year. It's coming to a close. The beefs are warming up, but not only that, it seems like the pushback has quadrupled in a response to how much you're growing.
Yeah, well, it always goes like that. It's always like I do really well, I blow up, I'm getting popular, and then equal measure the pushback and resistance and the haters, the attacks, then kind of trails that just slightly. So, yeah, no, it's been an unbelievable year. I mean, and I guess the way that I look at it is similar to you, I was on a trajectory where I started in 17 and it was all on the up, 18, 19, 20, 21, and then I got...
Hi, I'm Emma Craigon from Opticommerce and Optico. We run a digital marketing agency working with opticians just like you. We create websites and digital marketing packages that are specific to the eyewear industry. We also offer a completely free digital audit, which looks at 7 touch points of your business. Everything from SEO, your website, social media, reviews, and listings. This is a completely free and invaluable tool. So if you are looking to grow your online presence, get in touch below for your free digital audit today.
From orbit after 21, after J6. I got banned from everything.
No fly lists, bank accounts.
Yeah, the whole deal. And it took me like 4 years to claw my way out of that. And the country changed, because of the pandemic and BLM and all that stuff. The country literally changed, and for the first time, censorship moved in the opposite direction. There's opening up instead of closing down. And so 2025 is the first full year that I'm on Twitter. My clips aren't banned on Instagram. I can go on YouTube like we are now as a guest. Consequently, people were ready for the message at the same time. So it's kind of just like the perfect storm.
Everything coming at the same time. And you've had a lot of huge collabs recently. So you're coming. Last time I saw you, I remember bringing up Tucker Carlson, and it was like, and I sensed right there, okay, he's going to go on the Tucker Carlson podcast. And then we had Thanksgiving dinner. We had shared Thanksgiving dinner together, and there I became aware that you were going to do the Piers Morgan show.
Yes.
Which was super. So you're coming off of some huge collabs, and then you've also seen the response. But I was saying at dinner, it's like long lasting. You did a great job on this podcast. Not to waste, but you did it. It's gonna stand the test of time. So
Thank you.
How have you? What's the back? Since then, since you did all these shows, you could see, what Piers is saying, and I've seen people start talking about his family because he started talking about your family. I see some weird things that I don't really want to get into. Maybe if you want to. And then Tucker, it's like you were beefing. It was like, I am America. And the CIA.
Yeah.
That was dope. I remember sending you the recording of that live. I was like, oh, this is dope.
Thanks. Yeah.
And then now you're back on bad terms. I saw he dissed you recently on a new tech podcast. So what is that like? What's his? You're cool with Candace, and then what is really happening right now?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, I am the alternative. Like alternative is actually a very powerful word in the political lexicon because basically after World War II, there's a consensus in Europe that because fascism created the war, maybe, and fascism was a reaction to communism, their doctrine was, it's called there is no alternative. Tina, there is no alternative. Like the German Constitution is based on this, the European Union is based on this, and what that means is there's no alternative to liberalism. Center-left, center-right liberalism is the doctrine of Europe. There's no alternative to it, not on the right, not on the left, not far right, not far left. And so this is where in the American conversation you get the alternative right. You get in Germany the alternative for Deutschland, the AfD party. And I guess what I represent is I am the alternative. I'm the other option. In contrast to liberalism, which says that everyone's a blank slate, which says that, basically what all these people are, what they all have in common, Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, where we disagree is that at the end of the day, they are liberals. And by that I mean, like Tucker, what is our disagreement? He goes on All In and says tribalism is evil, white identity politics is the same as BLM and, Zionism and all the other identity politics. His position is we need these, like, universal principles, like we're not going to harm each other, we're not going to steal from each other, as long as everyone's raising their children with the same values, they're all going to get along. And that's a liberal viewpoint. This is like blank slateism, individualism. My message is, no, there are distinct races. There are distinct genders. Like, the world is filled with distinction, and we have to act accordingly. So, in other words, if America becomes majority non-white, it will be fundamentally different, because non-white people are different than white people.
Which is inevitable, right? I see the late-night talk show hosts like Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, they're almost celebrating the fact that whites are soon going to be the minority in America.
Right.
Something they're very happy about and excited about. Which, for you said that about another race, soon Jews will be the minority, blacks will be the minority. You wouldn't get an applause from the crowd.
Well, and what's funny about that is you'll see guys like Elon Musk talk about this. Because what I would say is that's anti-whiteism. The same way you got Islamophobia or racism, that's anti-whiteism. And you'll see that guys like Tucker, Matt Walsh, Elon, they are anti-white. So they'll frequently talk about, liberals hate white people. If the shoe were on the other foot, if people were saying this about black people, that would be wrong. And what they're pandering to is white grievance. White people have a grievance about how we're being treated, about mass migration, and you'll have these guys that are paying lip service to those grievances, but their answer to white grievance, their answer to anti-whiteism is liberalism. Like, Tucker, Walsh, and Elon, they're not, like, they don't say immigration moratorium, we need to reverse the demographic decline, we need to stick up for ourselves as white people. They say, please, black people, stop playing identity politics. Please, Jews, let's all play by the same rules. And I guess what I would say is, if you think anti-whiteism is a problem, you need to be pro-white. I guess maybe I sound like BLM. In other words, it's not enough to be anti-white. You need to be pro-white.
Right. I heard Logan Paul say the same thing, but for BLM.
Yeah.
As a white guy.
But because it's recognizing that whites have distinct interests, and just like the other groups, we have a right in an open society, in a democracy, to advocate for those interests. Right. And I would say that, as far as that is concerned, people say, well, no, we can't emulate their identity politics. We have to reject it. To that I say, you first. You want to abandon identity politics? Well, who's been playing it for 60 years? Immigrants, black people, Jews, women, gay people. Now everybody says, whites are getting angry, whites are becoming nativist. Okay, let's all stop playing. I say you first, because we got here because everyone was playing it. White people are finally waking up, and now the Tuckers and the Walshes and the Elons want to come in and say, no, white identity isn't the answer. I say it's the answer until everybody's on the same page.
But I've seen Elon and Matt Walsh be very critical about Muslim immigration. They always talk about how there needs to be less of that in Europe, and they seem to try to relate it to America, even though Muslims make up, 2% of the American population. population. If they're liberals, then why are they so vocal about that sort of immigration?
Well, I would say that, first of all, these guys like Elon, they're pro-India, but they're anti-Muslim, which is funny. And same in the UK. Tommy Robinson is pro-India, anti-Muslim. And if you're white, you're like, they're the same people, basically. Like Pakistan and India, when they declared independence, they were basically segregated by religion. There's not, India's a very diverse country, ethnically and racially. So why, in other words, why would you say, oh, Indians, come on in, Pakistanis, no. And I think what that has to do with, of course, is that it's politically expedient to be anti-Muslim. And I know a lot of Muslims, like when I say that, it's a fact that it is politically expedient to be anti-Muslim because, America has a strained relationship with some of those countries, and because of our alliance with Israel. Israel has a gripe with Muslims. They want us to have a gripe so that, we identify with their struggle and we support them in their fight. I think it's that simple.
I think you're the only one in the right wing that sees the psyop.
My name is Tony Maria Chili. I am Associate Dean for Biology Undergraduate Education and a Senior Lecturer in Biology at Brown University. I have a PhD in Biomedical Engineering from Brown University and a Bachelor of Science from the Johns Hopkins University in Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering. Having that engineering background, I think really has allowed me to think about how to tackle problems and to solve different things and optimize, not only in work, but in all aspects of life. But most importantly, I think that I'm really good at being able to solve problems and think about things at a high level that require critical thinking and oftentimes an interdisciplinary approach. Seeing the type of work that Outlier was doing and really relying on advanced reasoning, I really thought that that broad toolbox that I had would be something that would allow me to be doing really well on the tasks that Outlier expects. So when we're thinking...
Right, because Netanyahu said publicly that he was going to invest money into the propaganda.
Yeah.
And it's always the playbook over the last 20 years has always been just call Muslims terrorists.
Yeah.
Nonstop. After the Iraq War, after every war that we go to support Israel in the Middle East, they just blame radical Islamists. They did that with Iran as well. And everyone fell for it. Everyone started to say, oh, they're talking about Dearborn, which is a non-issue. It's like, 100,000 people in this. They're not really bothering anyone. The crime is pretty low. Everyone immediately started to jump on that bandwagon, even though it doesn't really pose a threat. Even on Rumble, I used to stream on Rumble. If you stream on Rumble, I saw ads pop up like the radical jihadists. It's like these AI ads for boomers right next to Black Rifle Coffee. They're talking only about Muslim immigration. So the reason that's happening is that all distraction? Because Alex Jones seems very annoyed by Muslim immigration. He's been very worried about that. Does that actually pose a threat?
I don't think so, no. And I'll tell you why. It's funny you bring that up because what you would say about Dearborn is that it's an enclave. It's an enclave where it's a smaller town and it's mostly Muslim, and you have sort of like a monoculture there.
Right.
But there are enclaves everywhere, and there's Jewish enclaves.
All over New York, and I don't see anybody talking about that.
Never.
New York City, there's neighborhoods in Borough Park and Crown Heights that are they look like Israel.
Yes.
Like they all wear their hats, they have their own police, they have their own bus station, they have their own schools, they have their own language. They don't, even though they're in New York City, they don't communicate, and they're told that they only interact with each other. But there's nobody protesting that.
No, and it's everywhere too. In New Jersey, no, I have never heard any mainstream person talk about this. There are like ultra-Orthodox colonies in New Jersey. I've never seen anyone document it, talk about it. I only know because I know people from New Jersey, and they say, oh, these Hasidic Jews are taking over this whole town. In Surfside, Florida, in Crown Heights, in New York, it's like you said, they have their own ambulances, their own police. It's like an enclave. And so you say, okay, Matt Walsh, so what's the difference between that enclave and Dearborn or Minneapolis or Springfield, Ohio? And I do think there's something cowardly about it because, let's be honest. Like the Haitians in Springfield, I know you're Haitian, you're also Muslim, so Dearborn or whatever. But it's like, it is the most egregious example, let's say, because Haiti is not doing so high.
Right.
So it's
Trump's
easy.
a shithole country, yeah.
And I get it, but to me that's almost like punching down. there's something cowardly about it. I did a whole show about it. I'm like, Matt, why don't you talk about all the Jewish names in Hollywood and New York? He's going to name all the Muslim names in Dearborn. Okay, yeah, like, I see your point. Name all the Jewish names in Wall Street.
Well, I saw on Tucker Carlson, he said he doesn't care about Israel.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. He just doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't care. Isn't that the right defense? Isn't he enlightened to not care about and only put America first by not caring about Israel?
That's total cowardice. Because it's like you can't have it both ways. You can either, you got to oppose all of it, or, you know, you should just shut up in general. You know what I mean? Because it is cowardly to say, oh, I don't care about Jews running America, but Muslims running Dearborn? This is a red alert. This is, you know, this is a red flag crisis level.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's very obvious what's going on there.
Same thing, I recently saw a major push, people talking about the Somali immigration, and you had a good talking points. Whenever Trump is losing support right now, he's more unpopular than ever. His approval rating is, how low is it right now?
It's, I think it's like 41%.
And whenever he wants to get it up, he immediately says something racist, and he says something to create an us versus them mentality. Right now, it's the Somalis. It's who's that congresswoman that he doesn't like? Ilhan Omar. Right? He's going really hard at them. Is that a major issue going on? What's happening with the Somalians?
That's another thing where, you know, I mean, I think the Somalians should be deported. Because it's so egregious. She goes up there in Congress and she's like, as long as I'm in Congress, you have a fighter for Somalia. And it's like,
yeah,
that's mirroring the Israeli rhetoric. Yeah. But here's what I will say about that. This is the classic Trump playbook. He gets unpopular with his base because he's terrible at governing. He's disorganized, not strategic. His team is full of fucking idiots and criminals. So inevitably, and I knew, this is why I didn't vote for him, I knew it was going to go in the toilet very quickly. Trump sees the approval rating collapse, he's unpopular, so then he goes and plays the greatest hits. Shithole country, fuck Muslims, you're garbage, fuck Somalia. And it's like, yeah, you know, we didn't elect you to be mean to these people, we elected you to fucking deport people. You know, but you can't do the deportations because that's hard. So instead, you're going to basically do the lowest common denominator. You're going to appeal to people's basest instincts and say, fuck the people we don't like. And everybody goes, yeah! And it's like, okay, but...
One thing I've also noticed about this game is, I mean, we can look at a bunch of these other heroes, but for a lot of them, when you actually start promoting them,
you know, he did that last time. And, you know, we want to make America great again. We don't want to just be mean to people and, like, talk shit. We want the deportations.
He acts like he's still campaigning. Even when he's in office, he has the same rhetoric as if he's trying to run for office. And I noticed, too, they're posting a lot of edits. The White House posting videos of cool ICE deporting people. Why haven't they released the statistics? How many people are actually getting deported? What's going on there?
It's funny you say that because ICE is supposed to report every quarter how many people they deport. They're supposed to give weekly numbers and quarterly numbers. Do you know that ICE has not put out the number of deportations since Joe Biden was president?
And why is that?
Because they're low. So, and it's so funny because their press office, the White House press office, will put out numbers, but those aren't the official numbers. ICE has reporting requirements, they just don't do them. Because the government knows how many people it deports. They keep fucking track. That's a number they have. But it's so low, they won't publicize it because it's an embarrassment. It's probably like 300,000 for the year, which 10 million illegals came in 4 years under Biden. If you're deporting 300 to 400,000 per year, by the end of Trump's term, you've deported over 1 million people. It's nothing. So that's why they won't publish the numbers.
And you were I think the only person that was I mean, again, I was very vocal about Trump. I said no war in Iran. I didn't want that to happen. And then closer towards the election, I'm like, okay, it's probably, I like the optics of me wearing a MAGA hat debating Rabbi Shmuley and saying America first. MAGA cannot happen by having dual allegiance to Israel. I like that. But you were the only one completely anti. And you faced a lot of heat for that. And I think that's why this year has been so successful for you. What makes... Do you have anything to say to those people?
Yeah, well, it's funny because everybody says, why is Nick so popular? Like, that's the big question. Like, why do people like him if he's a Nazi, if he's a piece of shit? And people say, oh, it's because, you know, so-and-so had him on the show, or because the economy's bad, or like whatever. But if you go back to the beginning of the year, I blew up initially when Israel bombed Iran. Because you remember, when we were in Spain in May, there was no generational run. It didn't happen yet. The generational run started in June when Israel bombed Iran.
And you were vindicated.
Yes, like that. Everyone watched my show because I called it. I said, we're going to war with Iran. And so when that happened, people said, dude, he's like on the money. He's right about this. Then they watched the show and said, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about. Like, his analysis is totally on point. That is what really initiated the whole thing. And so I would just say to those people, it's like, you fucking fall for it again. You're on the hamster wheel. You know, more than anything, my message is the people have to develop a political consciousness. I don't care if you're white, black, yellow, like seriously, Christian, Muslim. People need to develop a political consciousness and take their own side. And they have to stop seeing themselves as Republicans and Democrats because you're not on the fucking team. Like, they get elected, they make the money, they get the privileges, and every year both sides get fucked. Everybody gets fucked. And so my message to being a right-wing guy and a white guy Christian, my message to my people was, fuck Republicans. Don't vote for them. They don't do anything for us. And people go, oh, well, you're an ideologue. And, like, that's true. But more than that, I'm in favor of we need a political consciousness as the people.
So why do you think that you weren't allowed at the New York Young Republicans event that just happened? Because I saw people that came up to me on stream saying, I'm racist. And that's their thing. And people say, look, I have blackface. And they're showing me videos of them in blackface. What separates you? Is it the fact that you oppose the Republican Party so much? What's the real issue here? Because if it's racism, then they would be kicked out.
I think it's because I'm critical of Israel. You know, Jared Taylor was there. And I love Jared. I really do. I respect him deeply. And we have disagreements, but he's an admirable guy. But let's be honest. The reason that Steve Saylor and Jared Taylor, ironically, are becoming more mainstream in some ways, or getting more acceptance, is because they only talk about black-white race relations. They never talk about Jewish capture of institutions. And we know that that seems to be the thing you're not allowed to talk about. So I think that's it.
Yeah, and Piers Morgan. This was huge.
Yeah.
There has been a lot of. That one had a lot more criticism, I think. After Tucker Carlson, they wrote Chuck Schumer passed something. He wanted to pass a bill in Congress that forces people to disavow you. Is that what it was?
It was like a resolution condemning me.
Is that even legal? Or
no, it's like non-binding. It means nothing.
Okay, and then do you think the backlash is worse after Piers or after Tucker Carlson?
Definitely after Tucker. Because Tucker's like but what was funny is like Tucker brought me on, and you know, I have a lot to say about that. I respect, but it's funny that Tucker brought me on, and everyone said, "Oh, that's a soft vote." And everybody said, "Why didn't you press him? Why didn't you ask him the tough questions? Why didn't you play the clips and ask him about things that he said?" In other words, they thought like I got away with murder. Like I was able to push my views unopposed, and he gave me a platform, and he's working with me.
My heart breaks for parents in Gaza, watching their hungry children growing weaker every day. Tiny bodies sore from hunger, fighting to survive. Their precious child's cry, now barely a whisper, holding their child close, knowing that love alone can empty stomach. I can't imagine the pain these moms and dads are going through. Nowhere left.
They're at war, but they're not dying.
They whisper, hold on.
I see little kids from Saudi Arabia.
Time is running out. Please donate at unicef.ie today. UNICEF is on the ground in Gaza, rushing life-saving food to hungry children. But we urgently need your support. If you could help save one child this Christmas, wouldn't that be enough? Please visit unicef.ie and let a child know your help is coming. Thank you.
Bless you. Bones.
Super easy to make and looks really tasty. I can't wait to actually try it.
Bone.
Ali, what's your favorite thing about it?
Coffee? Okay.
That's the best part.
So Piers Morgan said, oh, all right. Well, I'll ask him the tough questions. I'll give him a proper interview, and I'll drill down on all of it. And nobody could say that he got cheated, because he was so disingenuous, so unfair. He was as malicious as possible, and it was probably better for me than Tucker. I think more people like the Piers interview than the Tucker thing.
I agree. It's because people are so sick of the doubling down, the lack of doubling down. They're sick of the apologizing.
Mm-hmm.
Legacy Media, Piers was expecting you to come on. Same thing when I went on with Ye, it was like expecting, like, I'm sorry about this song. I'm sorry about this. I meant it by that. You went on and just said, did that face.
Yeah.
This evil face, just horrified, looking like the pigeon lady in Home Alone.
Yeah.
And people love that. People are just sick of the alternative and what media forces you to do.
Well, and with Piers, it's interesting because I watched a lot of his interviews, his like hit pieces, and I got a little nervous, but I took away from it strategically that the power that Piers has is shame. He's sitting there like the judge, or like the cop, the interrogator.
The moral leader.
Yes, and uses the moral language like, aren't you ashamed? Aren't you guilty? Isn't that racist? And there's a psychological thing where you're sort of sitting there in the hot seat having to justify yourself and say, well, I'm a good person. Well, I'm a good guy. And I said, you know what? You're a tabloid journalist. You're a fucking sensationalist, tabloid celebrity. Fuck you. Like, you're not a judge. You're not a lawyer. You're not smart. Like, who the fuck are you? You bring Rabbi Shmuley on and Dan Bilzerian to yell, and I like Dan a lot, but it's like, it's polemical. He brings these people on to like scream at each other like it's Sports Center, you know, like it's who's the black
Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah, you bring people on to go rah, 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 and you're gonna sit there in judgment.
Yeah.
So the way that I flipped the script is I said I'm gonna have contempt. I'm gonna be in contempt of court. You're gonna sit there and say, how dare you? And I'm gonna shit on the floor and piss on your face and say, I don't take this seriously. This is a joke. The Holocaust? That's funny. So that was the strat. That's how I played it.
Yeah, what I really like is this happened to me so much in the past few years when I was banned out. I'm still AI banned on TikTok like you, biggest fan. So I have to get Twitch back, yada yada. But during the YouTube ban especially, when they would call up and they do these Piers Morgan type interviews, is it be like, you deny the Holocaust, you deny the, and then they just want you to say exactly this, and you said it perfectly. I was born in 1998. Why am I supposed to have emotional feelings towards something that didn't happen to my people over almost 100 years ago?
Right.
You know?
Well, yeah, it's just logic. You have to cut through. All of that is like sentimentalist programming. Because it just doesn't make any sense logically why you would be feel shame over that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a social proof.
We didn't do it.
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
And it's history.
It
Like
happened.
World War II, 85 million people died in World War II and were hung up on the 6 million. Like, and there were other people in the camps also. I mean, Hitler put all his enemies in the camps, in concentration camps, concentrating them in one area. He hated Slavs. He hated Poles and some Catholic priests and gypsies, but we only even ever talk about the 6 million, and people are going to feel, oh, I don't deny that. You know, it's so funny. I remember when I first started like denying it or whatever, you would have like stupid bitches say, he's a Holocaust denier. It's like, tell me even one thing about World War II. Like, you don't know fucking anything about anything. You're like, this is a dogmatic view. It's 6 million died. It doesn't make any sense.
The most annoying part was when he tried to shame you. He said, oh, have you been with a woman? You're like, no, I'm waiting until marriage. And Piers Morgan is also a white Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows that you're supposed to wait until marriage. Like, if you're going to follow moral consistency as the moral judge, then you waiting to be with a woman who's your wife, that's what you're supposed to do. You're one of the only people that I've seen follow that publicly, not be ashamed to be like, yeah, I'm waiting. And he's still like doing this like, oh, you're a virgin, this shaming thing, which is not even morally consistent with his own belief system.
Well, and that's probably my biggest weakness because they're right. Like, I am a freak. Like, I am an eccentric freak, and I'm not a normie. But it goes to show that at the end of the day, that is all they have. Like, he brings me on to say, well, we're going to properly examine your beliefs. I'm going to put you in the hot seat, and I'm going to show that you either are a hater, or you're a simpleton, or you're a bigot, or whatever. And when all of that doesn't work, you played the Holocaust card, the racism card, this, that, the other. At the end of the day, all you have is to attack me as a guy. And what does that say about liberalism? You cannot defend liberalism intellectually. You cannot defend it in the battle of ideas. You have to attack the purveyors of the alternative and their life.
The argument is just, oh, you're weird.
Yes.
That's weird. Like a 20-year-old and a 25, that's weird. That's not a moral argument. That's not even logical. You're just declaring that, and most people believe it for whatever reason. You call yourself a freak. I've got to hang out with you quite a bit. Thanksgiving, we just had dinner.
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been typing, deleting, retyping. Now I've used Whisperflow. I just think out loud and it creates perfect formatted text on any actual website. Whisperflow understood what I was trying to say and gave me the exact output I wanted. Check out the difference between this same sentence being dictated into theory versus Whisperflow. Let's make it 12 p.m. at Joe's Pizza. Wait a minute, actually I can't do 12, so let's do 12:30. And instead of Joe's, let's go to Kelly's Gun. Whisperflow understood what I was trying to say and gave me the exact output I wanted. For longer takes like this email, they even format it professionally, so it's relatively no editing. Very much faster than typing.
Whether you're writing an email, ChatGPT, iMessage, WhatsApp, Slack, Twitter, or anywhere else, create a team from your keyboard.
Do you know how much time you'll save if you quadruple your typing speed? Try Whisperflow for free on desktop and mobile.
I've known you for years. What makes you a freak? What, that you don't want to go ice skating with some chick who's gonna, ask you to pay for everything and nag you? Or why do you think you're a freak?
Well, I think that I'm just not like, I'm not a very social person, and so...
You say that, I don't see it. Even just now, yeah, we have it. It's going to be on the vlog that we post. People are coming up to you, these girls are taking photos, Nick's taking a photo with the girl, she's like, I didn't like that one, and she's like she's all excited. I don't see you as antisocial as you let on, no.
Well, I think I'm good at like interactions and stuff, but, I am a bit of a loner, and I'm a monomaniacal person, like I am obsessed with politics, and I think people don't get that. People always want to get to the mystery of like, who is the person, like what does your day look like? What do you do for fun? People ask me questions like that, and I feel like SpongeBob when he says fine dining and breathing. It's like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not. So I guess that's why I say I'm not like a chill, normal dude that is gonna go and get a beer with you, and oh yeah, I smoke a little bit sometimes, and I'm like a normal guy. I'm preoccupied with this.
So I don't like the word freak. It's also just that you don't cave to your vices. And that's partly why Chuck Schumer is saying that you have to be condemned, because you can't get honeypotted. Mm-hmm. You're not going to get got with drugs, you're not going to get got with women, they're not going to tempt you with some sort of deal. You can't be bought or sold, and you can't get got. That doesn't make you a freak, that just means that you have specific morals that you're not going to bend to. I think it's freaky to so many other people because they get into this for other reasons.
That's true. Well, and so many people have met their end because of stuff like that. That's always what gets people fucked up, is especially because of what I do. It is there's so much pressure around this that if you have problems with like alcohol or drugs or whatever it is, then that really exacerbates every other underlying problem. So it's like, for example, let's say I had a family, let's say I have a wife. If somebody comes to my house with a gun, that could like ruin my marriage.
They have leverage.
Yeah. And if I'm a drinker, let's say I'm having trouble with my family, they're fucking with my family, I'm depressed, okay, now I'm turning to alcohol and drugs to cope.
Jordan Peterson.
Boom, exactly. So, people underestimate it takes a certain type of person to raise a flag against the system, and you kind of have to be monomaniacal.
I think a lot of people see the writing on the wall, and this is the playbook of many world leaders. I know when I say, I said at Fuentes Rally too, I think this guy's going to become president. I have that in my Wikipedia. But your obsession and just your dedication to the cause, that's the natural path of a future world leader. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I mean, I would say more than a world leader, a revolutionary.
Okay,
I think that
that's
if you're a
better.
revolutionary, you have to be that way. It's because to be a world leader, all you got to do is be groomed and be obedient to the interests or
Sure.
whatever. But to be a revolutionary, yeah, you kind of need to be possessed in a sense.
Mhm.
And by I don't mean that in I'm not gesturing towards anything supernatural, but I mean you need to become a vessel. You need to almost become more like you almost lose your humanity in a sense because you become kind of like the living embodiment of your ideas, of your vision. That's what I think.
What about Candace Owens? This was always popping up on my
Just eat
timeline. You had
breakfast.
a collab that did not go well.
I'll do it
Yeah.
I don't think so. You guys were. It was a little bit hostile, uncomfortable,
Hmm.
and since then it's been. Signaled some good things, like saying that she likes that Nick is resisting the Zionist influence, but
Mhm.
now it seems like it's heating up a lot, especially with Charlie Kirk, and I see the disagreements with Ian. What's going on? Are you guys ever going to find some common ground? What's happening there?
Oh, Candace, she's really something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what is going to happen with her. We're like fire and ice. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, I think she's actually in love with me.
Come on.
No, but I really do. I think she. Look, no one could deny we had chemistry. No one can deny.
She's happily married.
Yeah, well,
She's happily married.
the heart wants what the heart wants. No, but
The That's a Raven stuff was so funny. It's like
she had a vision. Always. I just had a vision. Chell, Eddie, I just had a vision.
I
Chell,
like him.
Charlie. You watch That's So Raven back in the
I did. It would zoom into the eye, and she had. It's funny because she's also black. Like that's why it makes it better. It's the black woman dream thing.
Yeah.
But
So good.
I see that they're really annoyed. It seems like there's a feud about what happened to Charlie Kirk, which seems like the second biggest catalyst in your year. Unfortunately, rest in peace to Charlie Kirk.
Mm.
You know, I disagree with him heavily. I did this day before you said, and you guys went to war with each other ideologically. Him passing away, it seemed like that was the second major event, especially after Trump nuking Iran, or bombing Iran. What has transpired since then? What's the deal with Erica Kirk? I saw she was recently saying Charlie Kirk spoke Hebrew, and she's saying Shabbat Shalom, and she had the Israeli star here. What's happening with this situation?
Well, so Monday is really when it blows up because Turning Point is going to address all the conspiracies of the live stream this coming Monday, so in 2 days. And I guess Candace is going to react to it. And honestly, I'm not taking a side in it.
Staying late again?
Yep.
Day 131 of making my own short film.
The old CRM thing. My CRM is not old, it's vintage. You want some of that? Just a minute, exploding. So one is CRM, features, automatically summarize that whole. Success next steps, update the customer journey. When everything happens,
A little bit of luck.
Feel stupid because my CRM you create a report with up to 23,000 leads. So how many leads do you have? 3. Check this out. I've got a hot lead to AI generated emails I sent.
By
And
the
AI
way,
sends
Bob,
analysis bucket.
I love listening to a little bit of like we can make food tonight remix by DJ like at CD on Spotify. Yeah, that makes me feel happy. Yeah, and when I was younger, I used to love a little bit of like we can make food tonight on Spotify.
Joshua, you just found an audition. So when you were younger, that's good. I'm glad you still love listening to it.
Yeah,
Yay, I'm trying to get some work done.
And here's
Yeah.
why. One, I
bye.
have taken a side on what transpired. I think Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And people say that's Fed slop, that's the FBI's narrative, blah, blah, blah. I think that the radical left is real. Like, left-wing people are out there killing people. And not only do I not think it's far-fetched, I think it's likely that some hick-lib, tranny lover, autist got a gun and fucking shot him. Because Charlie Kirk is in the culture war against LGBTQ and the anarchists and whatever. I think that's totally likely, actually. I haven't actually even seen a credible alternative theory. You have all these like little
My
things they say
heart.
about, oh, there's an Egyptian plane and these people in
What's
the
that?
moon. It's like, well, what's the theory? Who's the suspect? Where's the other murder weapon? Like, they
Hey,
haven't
Uncle.
produced anything like that.
We eat breakfast, Uncle.
So I do think that Tyler Robinson killed him. As far as Erica and Candace are concerned, I can't take a side on that because I have issues with both of them. I think that Turning Point did kind of opportunistically take advantage of Charlie's murder. I think that's obvious. Their big, like, memorial.
Fireworks everywhere. She's wearing leather pants, and
Yeah.
the way she's hugging Jamie Vance is a little. It's a bit much, you know.
Yeah, and she's, you know, look. Everybody grieves differently. Totally valid. And honest to God, I pray for her and for her family. You can't even imagine. She's got 2 kids, now without a father.
Tragedy.
It's horrible. And I really feel for her. That being said, she is clearly acting. When she goes on these shows, it's so canned. Like, and we just have to be honest. She's doing she's in the interview with Barry Weiss. And Barry goes, what do you have to say to Candace Owens? And she goes, stop. That's it. She goes, that's it. That's all I have to say. It's like, come the fuck on. And the handkerchief.
I can't wait to buy a thing.
Get him out of tears. Oh, my phone
I mean, the handkerchief. Come on now. And it's like Ben Shapiro's hat. It's getting bigger. She's gonna have like a fucking, beach towel next to her. But we shouldn't joke about that. I do feel for her. But Turning Point is doing a very bad job. Because look, I think I have my criticisms of Turning Point, but they have a right to defend themselves because they're being accused of like murdering her fucking husband. That's a very serious accusation. Candace is saying that she murdered her fucking husband and the father of her kids. That's a very serious charge that if real, if you're not sincere, it's like an evil lie. And I think that Turning Point, they should be sticking up for themselves. They're just not doing a good job of it. It's very bad PR. It's too calculated. It's inconsistent. It's all over the place. That being said, I think Candace is extremely dishonest also. I think she plays fast and loose with her theories. I don't think she has a lot of intellectual integrity. And I think she's sort of a narcissist. I think that at this point, it's hard not to say that this has become a grift. Every week, she goes on Instagram. This changes everything. Tune in tomorrow. Oh, this just changed the whole conversation. Watch my show next week.
I like Candace, but it's like she shouldn't have posted text messages showing that Charlie was listening to Nicki Minaj. That was like a little bit. If I die, please don't show that. I like Monster. I like that verse that you had on Twisted Fantasy, but don't.
Yeah.
Him like fangirling over Nicki Minaj.
He goes,
yeah. I don't want to see. I don't want to know that.
Monster.
I don't want to know that, man. Like maybe keep that. But hopefully she gets on. Is able to figure this stuff out. Do you think that Erica's trying to reposition Charlie's Israeli position? Because it seems like towards his death, Charlie was critical. He went on the Patrick Bet-David show and he questioned what happened on October 7th, very publicly. And he was there with Megyn Kelly, I think one of his last podcasts, saying that he was getting bullied and that you have to have complete allegiance to the Israeli lobby. It seems like Erica's trying to reposition and change the narrative to make it seem like he was fully supportive of Israel. And also they met in Israel. They met in a pilgrimage. I didn't know Christians go on a pilgrimage to Israel, but apparently they do. They didn't meet in America and in the cornfield or underneath the bleachers.
It looks delicious.
They met in Israel.
Well, and you know what else is weird about her? She's like 6 years older than him. Isn't that weird?
I don't often see marriages like that.
She's 37, he's 31, and, you're Charlie Kirk, you're rich, you're famous, extremely powerful. They get set up, and she's 6 years older. Like, so, I said that from the start, that it seemed that their marriage was perhaps arranged, and, I don't know what her deal is, but the guy that seems to have gotten powerful is Turning Point is Andrew Colvin. And Andrew Colvin, he's kind of holding down the fort on the Charlie Kirk show. He comes from Single Media. Single Media is like a big giant outfit. Marissa Strait works there. She runs Prager News. She's that Unit 8200 officer who's at Prager News. And Salem also got that contract with the Israel lobby. They registered under FARA $6 million contract to lobby with Israel with Brad Parscale.
$6 million contract.
Literally, yeah, $6-7 million, something like that. It's in that ballpark.
How's your dad though? What the hell?
What does it cost to get this thing made? $2.5 million.
We've approved a loan for up to $9,400.
Yeah. We have to go out in the jungle and find a snake for our snake movie.
Look at those.
But yeah, so they seem to be steering Turning Point hard back into the and Colvett was on Ross Douthat on the New York Times podcast, saying, you know, it's okay to criticize the foreign aid, but you must verify that Israel has a right to exist. Kind of echoing their line from SAS in July. I will say, I think it's overblown, the extent to which Charlie was turning on Israel. I think that's basically fake.
You don't think he was turning on Israel?
No.
Okay.
I think that it's, and I've explained it a lot of times on my show, but I think that what happened with Charlie is that first of all, we have to understand, he was everything to everybody. Turning Point made $140 million because he was a brown noser. He was a grifter. He was very good at milking donors for money. And he, like Trump, is a contradiction. Like, to the far right, he was becoming anti-Semitic. To the Israel lobby, he was one of their only remaining allies. And so I think that you have to consider that Charlie, being a youth leader, he had to go on the campus and defend Israel for all these college kids that are becoming goypers. And I think that wore on him. And I think he got frustrated. I think he was going to the Israeli donors and saying, well, I'm getting killed out here. You know, not just, I'm not being glib when I say that, but like he's going to say, I'm getting grilled for being pro-Israel. It's hurting my reputation. I have to defend this shit. And he said in his letter to Netanyahu, he goes, I think I'm defending Israel more than you're defending yourself. And so I think he was really put between a rock and a hard place because the Israelis were completely intolerant of guys like Tucker and stuff like that. And Charlie needed to keep those people happy, needed to keep the college kids on the plantation. So I think he was just kind of being tugged in two different directions and being ripped apart. I don't think he was like an ideologue who had an epiphany and like realized Israel's a problem and anything like that. I think that's overblown.
And you were right about J.D. Vance. I remember the last stream, maybe the last desktop stream we did. We were in my Miami apartment, and it was the day before we got on banned on Twitter. And I remember you said, I didn't even fucking Twitter back. We got it back. And one of the amazing things you said, I had told you that I think Ben Carson was going to get the VP nomination. You're like, no, it's J.D. Vance. Remember, I'm not going to say who, somebody told me that tip. He's like, oh, put all your money on this. He's going to, I don't gamble, but I think he lost a lot of money. And you're right, J.D. Vance got the nomination. It seems like they are trying to position him to maybe take some of Charlie Kirk's empty spot, but also as the next leader of America. What's the truth about this guy? You're the only person to really expose the fact that he was in the Senate for only 2 years, and then he got VP. He was a never Trumper. I remember that. He was very vocally anti-Trump, and now he's the biggest glazer for Trump. What's the truth about this? He has some weird connections going on. J.D. Vance is a fake name. He was part of that Yale group. He's getting funded by Peter Thiel, who has CIA connections. Peter Thiel is gay, right?
Yeah.
And he's bankrolling AI right now, funding the end of the world. He's giving J.D. Vance $15 million. What's going on here?
Well, I mean, that's such a big can of worms with Vance, but I would say that in particular after Turning Point, here's what I found really fascinating. So, you remember, I forget what event it was at. They went to the White House for Erica to receive the Medal of Freedom on Charlie's behalf from Trump and Vance. And I don't know if it was there or if it was at a different event. I think Vance did a Turning Point event and Erica was there. And remember, Erica gave him that really affectionate hug where she like held the back of his head, and everyone said it was super weird. And she said on the stage, she said, no one can fill my husband's shoes except for Vance, basically. And people said, well, that's obvious what that was. Also, Vance really leapt in front of Charlie's death. Like, he carried Charlie's casket, had him buried with honors or whatever. He had the military fly the casket. He went on Charlie Kirk's show the week after the assassination. So that was kind of like one flavor. Then, Tucker interviewed me at the end of October. Now, Tucker's son, Buckley, works in Vance's press office. So when Tucker interviewed me, the Israel lobby put the screws in Vance. They said, what is your connection to Tucker? Are you going to fire his son? You need to disavow. You need to show that you stand with Israel against the Groypers. So then, last week, Erica was being interviewed, and they said, do you think J.D. Vance should be the next president? And suddenly, completely frosty tone, Erica says, well, let's just appreciate that Trump is president, and, my husband fought to get Trump in office. She wouldn't answer. So you go from, she's hugging his head, he's the only one that can replace, if I grabbed his ass, that would have been less controversial. But then after the Israel lobby turns on Vance, now she goes, oh, I don't know if he should be the next president. That is weird as fuck. And I tweeted the video. It's on my Twitter timeline. It's so, whatever that is, it's weird. And something's up there.
What do you think is the truth about Erica Kirk?
I think that she is an extremely ambitious person. And like I said, I think it was an arranged marriage. I think she is somebody who wanted to marry political royalty.
My husband is 57, 264 pounds, and his young trainer tells him he needs to walk 10,000 steps a day to lose weight.
How old is his trainer?
He's 26.
Yeah, exactly what I thought. A 26-year-old kid trying to fix a 57-year-old body weight, that's the real problem. Your husband doesn't need advice from someone who's never felt joint pain or a slow
Yeah, because it's just...
He needed a wife. They were set up.
By who? Who arranged it? They met in Israel.
Who knows? The powers that be, the fixers, their handlers, whoever. Because when you're a Charlie Kirk, when you're an Erica, you swim in that school of fish, with connected people. You don't even know who's beside you sometimes. And so they were put together. They say that Erica applied to work for Turning Point, and that's how they met. That's a crock of shit. So I think that now that Charlie's dead, they're trying to groom her to be some kind of...
That's not right.
Creating... The reason I think that is because they are choreographing these breakout moments. I forgive the killer. That was a choreographed moment. That's like an Obama-esque West Wing, House of Cards, cynical as it gets. Here's your white dress, here's your husband's memorial, you're going to forgive the killer, and everyone is going to say, oh, America's amazing, whatever. So, like, they're like grooming her for something, I think.
That is, even though I can see your argument there, that is what you're supposed to say as a Christian. You're supposed to forgive your enemies, so there's some respect there.
No. Because she doesn't. I don't think she does. I don't think anyone could. I mean, let's see. Your husband got murdered in cold blood, and a week later you go, I'm over it, I forgive him. Like, as Christians, you don't just freely forgive everybody. Sometimes it takes time, and the person needs to be repentant, and even then you don't exonerate that person. So, I thought it was ridiculous because here's how I feel. Either she meant it, in which case it's kind of fucked up. It's like if my imagine if you got murdered and your wife came out a week later and was like, I forgive this killer. You'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, you're not angry still? You're not like upset? And if she's lying, then that's like really evil to say you forgive him when you really don't, because it's like you're just,
I appreciated some of that because, and I see what you're saying, because it felt really tense at the time. I remember you were supposed to come to New York or something, and I was, after a while, I said, I'm going to abandon the 1 Minute podcast. I'm not going to, maybe I'll leave New York. I thought the political violence would triple. It seemed like it really died down quickly. I think we were all political commentators, especially those public and especially those considered on the same atmosphere as Charlie. We were nervous. But stuff like that, I think, did warm, I think it did cool down some of the heat.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. I mean, that was kind of an important thing to do at that time, and by that I mean to, get everybody to get level-headed, but I think at that point it was sort of past the point, like a week and a half later.
And even then, I can understand why someone like you, the amount of heat that you have to face, and even then, I don't know if you want to talk about it so much, you have to pay $635 for this phone. This is like, the stuff that you have to deal with, and the amount of, do you think it's, do you ever wonder, like, when can I get out of this? Where's the light at the end of the tunnel? Although you've had a phenomenal year, and I think everyone in the chat can say congratulations. It's really cool to see the progression. How are you able to deal with all this stuff? You know, like some lady comes to your house and then you have to, you know, pay for the phone, and you're facing, you do a good show and immediately they try to tear it down.
Mm-hmm.
How are you, personally, how are you dealing with all this stuff?
Well, I love to fight. All real Americans love to fight, so I live for it. I live for the constant war, for the constant battle. So I'm fine with it, and that's kind of just what you're in for. You know, if I wanted to be beloved, if I wanted to be to have kind of an easygoing life, I just would have worked for Daily Wire 10 years ago. You know,
you were taking a deal.
But I was born for the fucking struggle. I was born for the war. So I'm in it. I'm locked in for the Groiper War, and you know, I'll rest when I'm old. If I can live to an old age, that's when I'm gonna.
You're just a white ass nigga going hard as fuck.
I'm a white ass nigga
going hard as fuck
all day, yeah. Yeah.
My nigga, man.
My nigga.
I mean, so you're not gonna take the gambling deal? Have you been offered any?
Oh my god!
You've been proposed with some crazy numbers to change your rhetoric or to push an agenda.
I've been offered millions of dollars this year for different sponsorships. I mean, I got a gambling offer. I got a gold offer, which I might do, by the way.
The gold one, yeah.
Because gold is, but I haven't taken it. I'm going to ask my audience if they're okay with it. But I got offered that. I kind of turned it down. And then I got offered at like $250,000 to debate Candace Owens. Somebody hit me up. They said, "Would you debate Candace Owens? We're going to pay you $500,000 or $250,000. We'll pay her $250,000." I said, "Don't give that bitch any more money." I said, "No, I don't. I don't take the money because I don't want her to get the money." So I turned it all down.
She has all these legal. She needs Macron suing him.
Yeah. You know, fucking $1 billion soon.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary. But where it really goes to the next level is that it's the only AI note taker that connects your meetings to the rest of your work. So stop stressing about taking notes and get the AI note taker that works for you. Get ClickUp AI Note Taker for your next meeting.
Yeah. All under control.
Under control? What's all the noise?
Don't worry. I'll do it.
Mama Bear ketchup, with less sugar, more taste. Made by moms, Mama Bear is changing food for good.
You said no to that.
Yeah.
But you should be doing well. The super chats are going up. I watch the show very frequently. I can see it's starting to become aggravating. You know, the people. I noticed the difference. You know, I've been around for a long time, and the TTS used to be the same couple people. You recognize the names. Now it's these people in Ohio and Wyoming that are like, 271,000.
Yeah.
What about the guests? It's just like, I can see how that. Do you ever want to just escape?
Yeah, I want to just stop dealing with human beings. I want to go underground or like to the North Pole or something. Because, I mean, the problem is the movement gets so big. I was just talking to my buddies about this. Probably 70% of Groipers came around this year.
Yeah.
And you think about it, like I've been doing this for 10 years, and now the number of people that discover me this year outnumber the people that have been around like 10 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's just kind of hard because I've been in it, struggling, fighting, refining, and then you get these people, like you said, they're like, whatever, whatever goofy shit. And you're like, yeah, that's hilarious. I remember when I had my first beer, I remember when I did that for the first time.
Everyone hates me. This feels like for girls. Let's go downstairs to eat breakfast. I almost understand. I want the leg part. The leg to them. Almost done. We're almost done. That was a fast day. Gotta do some rest of my life. It's not that I've done it today. It's that I have to do it again. And again. And again. And again. So there. When I get to America, it goes like that. I'd love to go for a job. Play basketball for a bit. Vincent. come on my YouTube. So annoying. Hey! This is... Yeah. Where's the tip link? The mortal demon has been summoned from stream. Oh, that's very bad. Let's see how it says. I can say that. Donate! Donate to me, donate!
So it's a little...
Not to get too personal, but you said you were going to take a vacation soon. It's been a crazy year. You're always traveling. You're doing these collabs. Are you able to take your foot off the gas? Or what is that responsibility like now? You're leading a new movement, the new American right. Even your lack of presence at this event, this Republican event, it's very obvious. Everyone's thinking about it, right? It's especially after Charlie Kirk. Everyone knows that you now carry the baton for the future of the American right. It used to be they would ignore you and they wouldn't say your name. They would kind of hint at it or say undercover codes. Now they're just saying it, and they're trying to cope with the fact that you are clearly going to lead the American young right. What is that responsibility like now? You're 27.
It's tough. I mean, the biggest thing is it's a lot of endurance. You know, because like I said, I've been fighting for 10 years, and by that I mean there's no weeks off. I've never taken more than a week off for 10 years since I started this, and it's like, you know, when January 6th happened, I said I literally can never miss a show for more than a week, because if I do, people stop going to my website. If I'm not on YouTube and Twitter, if I am not visible, people forget about me and stop showing up.
You're virtually dead.
Right, so...
My heart breaks for parents in Gaza, watching their hungry children growing weaker every day. Tiny bodies, sore from hunger, fighting to survive. Their precious child's cry, now barely a whisper. Holding their child close, knowing that love alone can't fill an empty stomach. I can't imagine the pain these moms and dads are going through. With nowhere left to turn, they whisper, hold on little. But time is running out. Please donate at unicef.ie today. UNICEF is on the ground in Gaza, rushing life-saving food to hungry children. But we urgently need your support. If you could help save one child this Christmas, wouldn't that be a lot? Please visit unicef.ie and let a child know your help is coming. Thank you.
Are you waiting for the box to hit me? Well, I'm waiting for you to visit the newer website. Are you still waiting?
You know, having to constantly keep up the momentum, constantly, like, being visible, being present, it's exhausting. It's a lot of travel, a lot of content, you know, and having to deal with the hate and the different ops that are being ran against me. It's a lot. It can be overwhelming at times, and that's when you gotta... That's why I have a lot of indulgences, you know, the fast food.
Compared to most people, because you say, like, oh, I'm going to take vacation, most people, like, maybe go to Cancun or resort, get a girl and drink and just get, you know... I can't imagine you spending more than 3 days relaxing. What do? You go to a hotel and you're like, I like a bathtub at a hotel.
Literally.
What do you, like, I can't even imagine what you would do.
Literally. I literally go in like a hot tub, and that's it. I go in the hot tub, I watch movies. I play Call of War, my favorite. People were saying he's a fad. It's Call of Duty, not Call of War. No, Call of War is its own game. It's a grand strategy game. But so yeah, usually I just love staying in a hotel and I just chill in a hotel for like a week.
And even Thanksgiving, we're flying to LA. You know, it's nonstop. But it seems like you I think you'll be able to. I got to talk to you at dinner about that. It seems like you're handling it, and it doesn't seem like it's weighing on you too much because like the amount of heat. I'm sure people in the chat have seen it. It's like how is one guy, especially when Piers Morgan starts talking about families, there's got to be some sort of. It seems like there's a lack of humanity with you. I mean, not with you, but with the way people treat you. You know, like talking about like what do they say on that news that you should do like your daddy and kill yourself.
Yeah, follow your leader.
What?
Kill
Like
yourself.
literally on national news saying kill yourself.
Yeah, you know, you have to be calm, Maxon. You have to be smirking at all times. It's like Trump. You know, they said to Trump, how do you deal with the pressure? And he goes, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He said, an earthquake happens in India, 400,000 die. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters, he basically said. And it's, you know, you do have to kind of let go. And you kind of just have to, you have to be smug like Pepe. You know, you just have to be like, whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
I have to give respect to Trump for that. I'm surprised he did it. I'm sure you saw the clip. He was leaving a helicopter and he was asked about you. And he said, Tucker could talk to whoever. And it's like, you've been attacking this guy. He's like, you're fat, you're old, you're washed.
Yeah.
Fuck you. And he's like, it's okay. And I realized then that Trump really does approach this as if it's theater, which it is. The same thing, it was so similar to when Trump met Mamdani. And Mamdani, his campaign, Mamdani said, I'm going to be the biggest headache for Trump. I'm going to, you know, ruin his legacy. And then they're there smiling and hugging and being best friends in the Oval Office. Is that the right approach to see that when everyone's campaigning, when people are campaigning, they're not really themselves. It is a performance. Some people call it grifting, but that's what politics is. It's theater. Is that true?
It's a game. Everything is. People have to realize this is something that's kind of like. It may seem obvious or you know banal to say, but it does need to be said. You and I right now are in front of a camera. There's a camera in our faces. As Piers Morgan said, we are staring down the barrel of a camera, and that is how people are seeing us. We are both cognizant of the fact that we are in front of a camera on the internet, and you cannot not be cognizant of that. You cannot not be self-conscious of that. And the very fact that the camera is here, it makes us act differently, speak differently. We all know why. We have to be calculated. We have to be cognizant of privacy, security, the relationships we're trying to maintain. And people don't think of that. People forget the camera is there. And they think that they're looking through a portal at two people having a private, normal interaction, but they're not. They're looking at people on camera that to one degree or another are performing. And so people would do well to keep in mind that you're not looking through a portal. You're watching something that was made for public consumption, whether that's a campaign, media, politics. And again, that might sound asinine, but it's really important to understand like how media works, why things are the way they are.
And Trump understands that almost better than most politicians. His ability to separate that. Did that surprise you? Do you think that you'd ever be able to? Because he was very happy to see you at that Thanksgiving dinner 3 years ago, right? You said he was impressed. Do you think that you'd be able to squash it the same way Mamdani did?
Maybe. I don't know that anyone would let me near Trump.
Probably not, no.
You know, his handlers would prevent that, but, you know, never say never. Who knows?
Never say never.
Look, I have always maintained great respect for him as a guy, but, look, it's been
What's the thing I'm looking at? I want to look up that stream elements. Like,
but yeah, I mean, I think
they
would be similar.
they have skins that you can put on
How does the Epstein
your
situation
chair.
get resolved? There's more pictures coming out, more reporters are
But they
asking
also
about
have
it. This is probably the biggest stain on his legacy.
They also have these.
Because, you know, the war in
I want
Iraq,
Echo,
you have
but
to be geopolitically
I don't think
aware,
Echo's this good.
and that this one is to stain on his reputation. Does that ever does the situation find an end?
I don't think there will be any finality to it, anything climactic. I think.
Oh.
It's like everything
He
else.
Cyberpunk.
People are just going to
He
move
chose
on
Cyberpunk.
and not really care. Like Trump was the father
Oh,
of the vaccine.
Cyberpunk.
And do you think all those people would come
Well,
out?
what
and
else
say,
am I
"We're
looking
not
at right
voting for
now?
Trump.
I'm
He
looking
beat
at the
the
cushion.
pandemic." We don't give a shit. So it is a setback. It's a temporary humiliation, but like everything else, it will blend into the
People are going to
background.
forget about this, and it's crazy if you said this maybe 10 years ago that there'd be an island like a pedophile island that all world leaders were connected to that have pictures.
Oh, they have that fucking
front runner.
Hyman
Everyone
thingy.
would forget about it. We'd laugh. So
Oh, I
many
have a
Black
One
heroes
Piece
associated
one.
have
That's
ended
so
up
cool.
becoming true. And I think that's what's going to happen as you continue your rise and your
Oh, that was nice.
the space you have now in the
I like that.
sphere.
That's really nice.
People are coming so disillusioned with the current regime, with the power structures. The lack of trust is stronger than it's ever been. That's why somebody like Mamdani wins. It's somebody that they feel they can relate to.
The Valorant one is really nice and simple. I like that.
How should people, or how should
Oh, that's cool as well.
Approach what?
That's probably the best one.
Lack of trust with power. With power.
It's really scary because
I like the skins. The skins
society's
look
starting
nice.
to destabilize because of this. I mean, you know, I was talking on my show about how, you know, I really come from
Naruto.
a background of like political theory, kind of like thinking
it's
a
cool.
little bit about political theory at least.
World of Warcraft.
And what you understand about the order in society, the societal order, is that it all rests on the authority of the state. And the authority of the state rests on two things. Force, they have the guns. You know, why don't you break the law? That's the representation of the political order, is that there is a government that passes laws, there are cops that enforce the laws. If we break the laws, the cops take us to jail. So we all recognize, why do people obey the laws? Because the cops have guns. If you don't obey the laws, they'll kill you. But also, you recognize that there's only 1 million soldiers, there's maybe 1 million cops. There's 300 million people. So they don't have more force than all the people put together. So the other thing that gives the government authority is legitimacy. People think that the government has a right to rule. And that is what is being eroded. The legitimacy of the government. That people believe that we even have a nation, that the government is fair, that the government is efficacious, that the Constitution, the social contract, is valid or has integrity, that the elections are legitimate. Like, that's why they took that so seriously when Trump undermined the elections, because if you say the elections are fake, then you say the government has no legitimacy, then you're saying revolution is a mandate, actually. So when the legitimacy of the state is being undermined, they have to rely more on force. The less legitimate the government, the more tyrannical it has to be. And so that's when you see society start to come apart. It's the political violence with the left. It is the tribalism which is breaking out. It's the conspiracy theorizing. It's even in the way that Trump is trying to change the census 5 years in. Gerrymandering the congressional districts. Normally that happens every 10 years. Now it's happening midway through because they're just trying to squeeze out every last seat they can get. It's like, this is serious late-stage republic shit. The way they're trying to get money out of everything. The way that they're just motherfucking the laws, abusing them to get as much power as possible. Everyone knows the system's rigged. The way they're trying to buy everybody off of welfare. It's like, this is serious late republic vibes. And it's all coming apart. And I think then the answer is Napoleon, Caesar. This is the... Rome. Rome. It's all on Rome. Exactly.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. I said I don't want to hold Nick too long. It's been a long day. We gonna hang out a little bit at New York City.
Oh yeah.
It is snowing outside. I hope you have a coat. I hope you guys enjoyed this first stream back. Thanks, Nick, so much for coming on here. Great stream. First stream back on YouTube in 3 years, and of course, probably had to be with Nick Punches, and hopefully a love speech blessing arrives upon you and a corporate blessing.
Had to stay. That was a good movie.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Be safe. God bless you. And I'll see you next time.
Alright, one more stream? Another episode?
Sweet. Buddy, welcome back. This is my first stream back on YouTube.
Oh, new episode.
3 years. Over 3 years.
Wow.
And,
oh, stupid. Ah, it's not even in English. Oh, shoot.
Each day.
No, I don't know the first thing about this.
Hey, I promised you I'd teach you how to play.
That scene ends with Belly pulling the guitar.
That's all?
One note.
Yeah? Uh-huh. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, see. What the fuck? He did a wrestling move on that. He grabbed him and went, oh! There's no way.
Nothing. What are you going to buy me for Christmas? What are you going to buy me for?
Every hidden advantage of your skin color. Olive toned skin. Olive toned skin is distinctive for its neutral base mixed with greenish, yellow, or gray undertones, often making it appear to change with lighting. This adaptation is most common in southern Europe, the Middle East, North Africa, and some parts of the Andes. The level of melanin here is moderate, striking a balance between protection from strong sun and responsiveness in cooler or cloudier seasons. Its pigmentation is sufficient to shield against ultraviolet rays, but light enough to sustain effective vitamin D synthesis when solar intensity drops. This trait offered an advantage in regions with variable climates, where populations needed to adapt to both sunny summers and colder, less radiant winters. A remarkable aspect of olive-toned skin is its camouflage effect. Because of the neutral, shifting undertones, it can appear darker in strong light and lighter in shade, reducing the risk of overexposure and helping maintain consistent vitamin D levels. Populations carrying this trait often lived at crossroads of continents where migration and mixing were constant, making this skin tone a reflection of both adaptation and genetic diversity. Evolutionarily, the olive phenotype is a model of flexibility. Hidden advantage of your skin color. Warm beige, every hidden advantage of your skin color. Every hidden advantage of your skin color. Very fair skin. Very fair skin represents the lowest concentration of melanin in the human spectrum. It appears milky white or translucent, often showing visible veins beneath the surface. This phenotype developed in Northern Europe, especially in populations from Ireland, Scandinavia, and the Baltic regions, where sunlight is scarce for most of the year. In such low-light environments, producing high levels of melanin would have blocked the little ultraviolet radiation available. By reducing pigmentation, very fair skin ensured maximum absorption of UV rays, which in turn allowed for optimal vitamin D production, a vital defense against bone-softening diseases like rickets. The evolutionary strength of this tone lies in its extreme efficiency in harnessing minimal light. Although it is highly vulnerable to burning under intense sun, this vulnerability was not a disadvantage in regions where skies are often overcast and UV exposure is weak. Instead, it became a survival mechanism, guaranteeing that even the smallest amounts of radiation could be converted into the nutrients needed for strong bones and healthy offspring. This adaptation reflects how human populations adjusted every hidden advantage.
Where's black?
Every hidden advantage of your skin color. Light brown skin. This tone appears as a lighter shade of brown with warm golden or sun-kissed undertones. It emerged in populations living in regions such as the Mediterranean, North Africa, and parts of South Asia, areas where sunlight is abundant but moderated by distinct seasons. The melanin level provides enough protection against burning while still allowing efficient production of vitamin D, an essential nutrient for bone strength and immune function. This equilibrium between shielding and absorption reflects an evolutionary adjustment to climates with both high solar exposure and periods of reduced intensity. An interesting feature of this tone is its ability to tan quickly and evenly without significant risk of burning, which acts as a dynamic response to shifting levels of sun. Over generations, this created an advantage for populations that lived in environments mixing hot summers with cooler, less sunny winters. The adaptability of light golden brown skin allowed people to remain protected during intense sunshine, yet thrive nutritionally when light was weaker. This balance demonstrates how subtle
Does
changes
that
in
mean my
melanin's
children are gonna be
distribution
light skinned?
can
And
produce
I
a
feel
phenotype
like
finely tuned for
that's not true.
resilience across contrasting seasons and landscapes. Every hidden advantage of your skin color. Mahogany brown skin. This tone reflects a deep brown shade with noticeable reddish or copper undertones. It evolved in populations living in tropical and subtropical zones where sunlight is still intense, but not as extreme as directly along the equator. The amount of melanin here is high enough to defend the skin from harmful ultraviolet rays, preventing rapid burning and lowering the risk of long-term damage. At the same time, it is less dense than in the darkest tones, which makes vitamin D production more efficient when sunlight is present but not always at peak levels. This fine adjustment allowed people with mahogany brown skin to thrive in varied environments across Melanesia, parts of South Asia, and areas influenced by centuries of migration. The key advantage of this pigmentation is its versatility. It grants reliable resistance to solar damage while permitting a wider range of physiological responses to climate changes. Individuals with this tone often tan easily and evenly, reflecting the skin's ability to adapt quickly to different intensities of sun exposure. Evolutionarily, this combination meant stronger protection than lighter tones in the tropics, but greater efficiency in nutrient absorption than the darkest tones under less predictable sunlight. The result is a phenotype finely tuned for balance, mobility, and resilience across diverse landscapes. Every hidden advantage of your skin color. Rich dark brown skin. This skin tone has a slightly lower concentration of melanin than deep ebony, but still provides strong protection against ultraviolet radiation.
That's mine.
It appears as a rich dark brown, often with warm golden or reddish undertones, and is common in populations from West Africa and parts of South Asia. The abundance of melanin shields the skin from DNA damage, lowering the likelihood of mutations and skin cancers in environments where solar exposure is high. At the same time, the slightly reduced density compared to ebony tones allows for some increase in vitamin D production, giving an additional adaptive advantage in regions where sunlight is strong but variable with season or humidity. The benefit of this skin tone lies in its balance between defense and flexibility. It preserves the resilience needed to endure intense sunlight.
So that means my children are gonna be light skinned. Oh.
Altitude or vegetation density. This made populations
So the skin color is based off of your.
Over generations, the interplay of strong protection.
So the skin color is based off of how long you're in the sun. So because I barely have any vitamin D, my body's gonna adapt and tell my children to be light skinned.
Wide equatorial and subtropical regions. Over generations, the interplay of strong protection and moderate vitamin D synthesis shaped a tone that is both protective and versatile, securing survival in places where solar intensity was high yet not always constant. Every hidden advantage of your skin color.
Deep ebony
skin. This skin tone represents the highest concentration of melanin that human evolution has produced. Melanin is the natural pigment in our skin that determines color and provides protection against ultraviolet radiation. It developed in regions such as equatorial Africa, where ultraviolet radiation is at its most intense throughout the year. In this skin type, melanin is produced in abundant quantities, creating a deep ebony appearance that sometimes carries cool or bluish undertones. This level of pigmentation protects the DNA inside skin cells, reducing the chances of mutations and lowering the risk of skin cancers caused by the sun's radiation. In an environment where solar exposure was constant and severe, this was not only an advantage but a requirement for survival. Beyond its protective qualities, this skin type demonstrates remarkable efficiency in resisting the harmful effects of prolonged sun exposure while maintaining overall skin integrity. Populations in East Africa, such as the Nilotic groups, exhibit this phenotype most prominently. The tone itself reflects a long history of adaptation to extreme sunlight, high altitudes, and varied diets that also influence how melanin is expressed. Though visually striking, its importance lies in the evolutionary balance, maximum protection against solar damage while sustaining a healthy physiological relationship with the environment. Every hidden advantage of your skin color.
Wow.
Every hidden advantage of your
What's this gonna do?
Every hidden advantage of your
Scientific. Everything's
fair
scientific.
skin. Very fair skin. Every hidden advantage of your skin color. Fair light skin. Fair light skin contains
That's what Irish
levels of
for.
melanin, giving it a pale beige or pinkish appearance. This tone developed primarily in Central and Northern Europe, where sunlight is limited for much of the year. With less melanin acting as a barrier, the skin absorbs ultraviolet radiation more efficiently, which boosts the production of vitamin D. In environments where winter skies are gray and the sun rarely shines at high intensity, this ability was critical for bone health and immune strength, helping populations.
If I was rich, I'd go back so fast. What's this Scooby-Doo? Come in.
And that image was so strong.
Wow, so that's the reason why I'm black.
And I'm sure that kind of trickled into the.
That's the reason why Irish people are white. Because they're all because of the sun.
Kept fleshing out the story. And as it felt like
So my children are gonna be like light skinned.
Uncharted 4 needed all hands on deck.
Naughty Dog had always made one game, and as soon as it finishes one game,
What this could be
when I started
too.
on Uncharted 3, we were starting to experiment then with trying to do two
Gonna
teams.
solve that
After we
mystery.
finished Uncharted 3, I jumped onto Uncharted 4.
What's could be
At some point in time, Uncharted 4 was coming down to the wire, and it's just, we had to shift resources, and pretty much everyone just ended up on Uncharted, trying to finish it up.
So I said, okay, before I come on like in full force on Uncharted 4, I just want to capture
I love what he said. What's Scooby-Doo coming up to you? Gonna solve that mystery. What is Scooby-Doo coming after you? What is Scooby-Doo? No, no, gonna solve that mystery. What is Scooby-Doo coming after you? What is Scooby-Doo?
Restore my soul, but I can't walk on the path of the right. 'Cause I'm
You know Ellie's gonna go to hell. Ellie's gonna go to hellfire and burn in hell forever and ever.
That's all I could think about. I had a lot of
Imagine like you go to hell and you're like, oh no, and you wake up, you're like, and you see video game characters, you're like, how's this nigga real? And you're tripping balls, you're like, how does this nigga have a soul? This is a video game character. I would be tripping balls, like, this nigga got a fucking soul, nigga, what the fuck? You definitely going to hell, nigga. You kill thousands of people in your day. And that's one of the worst sins you can do, even though God says every sin is the same.
Is that it leaks early. More than anything, I have nightmares about this trailer leaking early before we get to PSX.
PAX. Oh my god, look at those long videos. You're gonna solve that mystery.
If we're gonna surprise people, PSX, PlayStation Experience, hasn't set itself up yet as a place where big titles get revealed. That's E3.
I already want to play League of Legends right now. I'm finally figuring out how to play League of Legends. Just push top. Just fucking... This is what you should do. Push top, right? No, that's not how it makes sense. You push top, and you help top, and you push the lane top lane. And once you push the lane top lane, you can go bot to help get the Drake. Because I'm forced to go to bot lane because of Drake. And me and bot lane will get kills off of the support and the ADC and the jungler because, and it's a fight that we have to hope that we win. It's that simple.
When we first revealed The Last of Us,
Gonna solve that mystery. What does Scooby-Doo coming after you? Wait, what does Scooby-Doo?
Chasing the dragon, like wanting to recapture that feeling.
Gonna solve that mystery. What does Scooby-Doo coming after you? What does Scooby-Doo? Na 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 na. What does Scooby-Doo? Gonna solve that mystery. For years, they've been making really shitty songs.
What are you doing, kiddo? People outside the studio have such an attachment to the first game, and I've definitely seen fears about not wanting to make a sequel because somehow if it's bad, it will tarnish your feeling about the first game.
I'm gonna find. And I'm gonna kill. Every last one of them.
We're doubling down on those fears and not calling it The Last of Us some subtitle. It's The Last of Us Part 2 to say it's all one story.
What am I doing here? Uh-oh, I did it wrong.
The concept for the sequel had to feel compelling enough, have enough weight that felt like, okay, this is an experience worth creating, worth spending the next 3 years on. I became really intrigued with the idea of the cycle of violence and how, like, certain events
Zaten siedzę zobaczyć, może because it's just a pure beat on sit on touch the power cover the brain till we're done and also do some reasons closer to the sequels of all kids down to being so like shoot that back over moving camera. What's they do now? I wanna watch that one piece.
Everything fell into place and this outline emerged. The whole catalyst for what starts
Story
with
about
the second
Jesus?
game is Joel killing the doctor. That feeds right back in that idea of that cycle of violence. That sets up this whole kind of sequence of events. When you start the game where you're playing the character, that sequence ends with this character.
It's an adaptation to the sun, essentially.
And we really have to paint her as this monster. Then when you play the next chunk of the game and you're Ellie and you're going to pursue justice, quote unquote, and you're going to go kill this entire crew. We're going to go back in time and show the same sequence of events. This character that you saw as a monster to now get you to see things from her perspective. And how
who made a window like that? That's crazy.
Survive in this world, and they had their reasons for pursuing and finding Joel and killing him.
Yep. This is.
And the story was becoming very epic and ambitious, and I had a few parts that I was kind of stuck on, and I felt like to kind of shake things up, I wanted to bring in another writer.
What the size is that shit?
I thought it was a very thoughtful story about violence and obsession. She had Abby, sort of like this girl who was the daughter of the doctor.
Whoa.
And that Ellie would go on this vengeance quest. And when he was like, and then Ellie actually killed Abby, I was like, what? Yeah, let's fucking do it.
Not only is she contributing in a lot of ways, I feel like she's challenging what this story can be. She wanted to add more romantic intimacy between the characters. Those are areas that I've been, I don't know, a lot more uncomfortable writing that stuff.
Where are they shooting them?
After the first day,
what? Who are they shooting the gun at?
I told her husband that I think I just got Ellie's girlfriend pregnant. Because that was her big idea the first day. And that had this trip-on effect and actually added a lot to the story.
Ellie is a very relatable character. I thought she was a perfect vehicle to challenge this notion that violence doesn't have a cost, because it does have a cost in reality. It's going to ruin this girl.
We're done, then. We're done.
You know, people love Joel and Ellie, and we were about to kill one and make the other one a villain.
I was very nervous telling Troy we're going to kill off Joel. In the first game, he was advocating that Joel should die.
When I read the ending, part 1, I was like, you're going to piss a lot of people off.
Where'd they go? Marlene is the closest one to a parent that Ellie has had outside Joel. A lot of people get hurt, and Marlene would be one of those people.
Joel has crossed these moral lines and therefore he deserved to die. He thought he might get a more dramatic ending. And I was like, no, you're crazy. But then in the second game, that's why I was kind of like, oh, you take it pretty easily.
Because Joel dies, and he's like, so this happens, and I literally stopped. I was like, can you give me, like, because it literally was as if someone was talking about how my friend had just died.
I think he kind of took it hard. It was like the character meant so much to him. Myself, his character, his relations is much smaller in this one.
All of a sudden it went, please don't take this from me yet.
Everybody that she's loved up until that point, she's lost them.
It's hard to imagine the story without Joe dying. You feel that hate, Ellie feels that hate. You're 1-to-1, you're on the stick, and that informs the rest of the story.
That is all.
And you feel like I've led Joel to a trap.
When we started out making Part 2, Neil actually wanted to be very ambitious about changing the game almost entirely. In the first, 4 or 5 months, the game was actually kind of an open world, inspired by Bloodborne.
What the hell am I doing? There's also expectations to look this rules extension on this dictator. Back this one as well.
It wasn't just the melee combat, we were also looking at the layout structure. Bloodborne had a very sort of an open space that sort of kept getting bigger and bigger as you explored. I really liked that feeling that you get of mastery over the world.
What the hell am I doing? Question control.
It starts to become kind of almost a
What am I doing wrong? Okay, this also.
Don't ever plug your monitor into the motherboard. It disconnects your GPU.
What is it?
Don't ever plug your monitor.
And then kind of down the back, open world things can work with the story that we were trying to tell and things.
So in pre-production, we spent a lot of time just doing sets.
So they have a connection. Why is there maybe have a connection?
Self-contained sort of units that tried to expound on the same sort of idea. Trying to start out with sort of simple shapes and building up to more complex shapes. And starting out with 1 or 2 mechanics and building up to those mechanics.
We're not suffering. Look at us. We're
Even
just
our experiments, we
fine.
try to add as much context as we can. We establish a goal that you're going to be going for. We establish beats so that there's an emotional journey and the stakes are raised.
We were not trying
Figuring out some traversal stuff.
But those are the extensive practice one also possibly solutions. Practice tensors
in that direction without it getting over the top like Uncharted.
More sort of verticality.
Oh, those are
more use of grass and stealth.
My name is Arnaldo Licea. And what do you do here? I do design. How long have you been doing that? A day. I got an opportunity to work in QA, and that was.
She's out dancing, she
I shipped The Last of Us and Uncharted 4.
Oh my god.
The
What am I
thing
doing
about
over
stuff
there?
is the people who came in to a quality assurance job as a contractor, which is.
What in the fuck am I doing?
And
Oh.
use that job
to get to where they ultimately wanted to be. When I interviewed for the QA position, I specifically said that my goal was to be a designer. He had formed this relationship with design where they knew they could rely on him, spending his free time designing a demo, and at the same time, him going to them and not being like, here's 50 bugs you need. He went to them and was like, what do you need? How do I...
A twisted retelling of the Bible, and that this explains the lore and the events better than any other theory. It might sound strange now, but by the end of this video, you won't be able to unsee it. Attack on Titan has always stood out in the world of anime. Yes, it has all the standard shonen fanfare, but even early on, it felt different. It was darker, its lore was deeper, and for a while, I could not tell where it was going, only that something bigger was waiting to break through. And then came that reveal at the end of Season 3. We see the outside world, the internment camps, the starred armbands. I remember thinking, has this been a Holocaust story? But that didn't fully explain the plot. It felt like whatever AOT was referencing, it was much older and far more complex. Months after finishing the series, I started reading the Bible for...
Oh, because this trees on the field, across the zone with the C2, the apostles business. Light shadow, less light bounces off of objects. This car right there, like, there he goes. Camera is a key, it has a PT, and this more just was space. So the space is feeling castle, one from back on the show to go for it. Find a picture on this. When I see the cool shot of the band, it looks nice. No one's gonna judge it for moving the highlight of the things are actually flat. Then it goes flat. Things are actually flat. Then it goes flat. And then it goes less like it bounces the deeper. This area is there, it does not have no one's gonna judge the highlight of the things are actually flat. Flat line for directing from both of their stage and that's the life she does like the line based on the 45 degrees of what she does up some of this makes the light top right line you keep on the top back with the line crisscross is about her like both the sides all five on the out it's hopping on by here's the shows of the so like the rest of the world but it's not pretty sad I can run by the sides of the sky top like perfect is not so rare don't talk to them. This is a good one. Nina's a bitch. Don't talk to me.
I love that hat, bro. Can I buy it off you?
You got some money?
How much?
How much you got?
Where'd you get it?
Can't tell you that because you gotta buy that first. Then I'll tell you.
So how much for the hat?
200. 200? But you gotta have 200, man. Because people always want to buy my hat, but they don't want to pay me what I want.
Wait, do you accept pesos?
Hell no. U.S. currency, man.
U.S.?
Yes, that's what I need.
Alright, bro. Still want that hat though, bro. Can I still have it?
So primary is blue here, second is green, zipper, touches everything. Converse and saturation is the same thing. And now Mongrel is one color type is not is one side. Second color converse is blue color. And the color triangle touch the color. The most common color relationship is long and complementary. I hate Neva, I don't want to talk to her. She's a bitch. Anyways, I wish she could just hate girls in their face. Why people just lose, man? Anyways, another one. That was just a dream. Anyways, what else I can make? I'm done.
Completely non-anime related reasons, but as I read, I kept coming back to Attack on Titan. Things like the Titan system, the paths, the major character arcs. AOT was mirroring entire patterns I was seeing in scripture. So I started researching and reflecting. And after months of painstaking analysis, I've come to believe that Attack on Titan is a retelling of the Bible. Not a scene-for-scene remake, but a thematic parallel, with one major twist. Let me show you how deep it goes. It might just change how you see both Attack on Titan and Scripture. But before we dive in, I want to say hello. I'm Apechi. I'm still exploring what type of content I want to create here,
I'm done.
but I know I want it to go deep. So if you're interested in anime and media, faith, just ordinary life, and how those intersect, then you should definitely like and subscribe. But with that said,
imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
I tried everything, coffee, Pomodoro, and binaural beats, but nothing stuck until I tried this. And that music design struggle. Instead of fighting distractions, your brain just free and slip into efforts.
let's dive right in.
Oh, is that this way? I don't remember.
And where does the story of biblical proportions
What the
begin?
fuck?
Well, it's not with war or with giant monsters. It starts with a woman and a tree. Act 1, The Second Fall. When we meet the founder Ymir on screen for the first time, the world is already fractured. We catch a glimpse of a quiet and gentle life in the village, but it's abruptly put. When we meet the founder Ymir on screen for the first time, the world is already fractured. We catch a glimpse of a quiet and gentle life in her village, but it's abruptly put to an end when King Trix and his army invade. They brutally pillage her home and her neighbors, and leave with her and the rest of the survivors. This was a gut-wrenching.
What the hell?
Until now, AOT's violence was primarily carried out by monsters.
What is this?
But here, it was just as brutal and was just human.
That's what I want to go.
Paradise had long been lost. In biblical terms, the story had already moved past Eden, and humanity was in its fallen state. Ymir's journey reaches an all-time low when she is falsely accused of letting a pig escape. Her fellow slaves, too afraid to face King Triton's torture, point the finger at her to save themselves. The punishment for this crime is death, but not a dignified one. King Triton makes her execution a hunt, further degrading her slave status to that of prey, and creating this terrible hope that maybe she could escape. As she she stumbles upon a tree. It's massive, hollowed out on the inside, and its roots descend into an underground pool. Ymir seeks refuge inside the tree and falls.
Imagine that's actually true, like, that'd be crazy.
Creature fuses with her spine.
We're outside now.
In an instant, Ymir
Fucking
becomes the
losers,
first Titan. From then on, the fate of the world shifts for the worse.
They're losers, man. They can go kill us.
The theory provided in the series for this moment is that Ymir contacted the source of all living matter. And this actually points us to its biblical significance. This is not just any tree. This is the tree of life. Once a gift to humanity, now the cause of its downfall. To get this, we need to rewind to Eden. The book of Genesis tells us that there are two special trees in the garden. The tree of knowledge, which Adam and Eve infamously ate from, and the tree of life, which sustains their life in the garden. Now, how can I say that Ymir's tree is the same tree of life? Well, it's a northern origin indicating that it's ancient, and it's water, and that lines up with that Eden has 4 rivers. But the most important factor that tells us that life is the tree is of humans. We need to look at the aftermath of Adam and Eve to understand this. Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge. God expelled them from Eden and specifically barred them from the tree of life. Genesis 3:22. And the Lord God said, "God has now put in the corner of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take from the tree of life and eat, and live forever." From this, we know that Adam and Eve previously could eat freely from the tree of life, and that was a good thing, because as the influential theologian St. Thomas Aquinas explains, the tree didn't grant immortality with a single bite. Eating it again and again sustained eternal life as a continual gift from God. But after Adam and Eve committed the original sin, that gift became a danger, because the physical effect of the tree of life depends on the state of the soul. It amplifies in the body whatever it finds in the soul, whether that be holiness or corruption. If a fallen human were to run into it, even accidentally, the result would be disastrous. I'll say that while this isn't explicitly stated in the Bible, I did this for reasons that I'll share in the latter sections of this video.
I was going to do this.
This is why God cast them out. Their banishment was justice for their disobedience, and was also protection from a twisted bodily transformation. It would be better.
It feels like there's like something in my hand.
Like that. God went to lengths to ensure we got the better part. Genesis 3:24 tells us that He placed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword flashing back and forth.
Look at the palette, it's like the biggest berries. Look at the palette.
Protected humanity from the
what are you talking about? What is this guy talking about?
No one is guarding the way.
Look at the palette. What? It's like the biggest birds. I don't know what he's saying.
Terrified Ymir, who's running from death, runs into something worse. She meets the tree, touches its fruit.
I'm not cute anymore. Uh-oh. I'm not cute anymore.
Monstrous body fit for war. This is all the more tragic because Ymir
damn, that is like a sweet. What else should I do next?
And this actually points
I can't take it.
In Attack on Titan.
Wally, get as much cash as you get your hands on, maybe at the Halsey. You want to go hunt for him again?
What does Halsey mean? Tyler the Creator in this movie? Marty, I want to watch this.
Medicine shortages are a reflection of our complicated world. When a factory can't get the materials it needs, or when there are delays in shipping, it can directly affect the availability of those medicines. This can happen for various reasons, such as natural disasters, political instability, pandemics. This puts pressure on pharmacies, patients, doctors, and the whole health system. The European Medicines Agency works closely with all UNDA countries to monitor shortages and coordinate measures. Member states can call on each other for help when the situation becomes too much for one country.
Look, I'm not cute anymore. This guy's one answer or question made me fucking lose all memory.
Kinfolk is Satan in this story.
What am I doing now?
His cruelty certainly qualifies him.
What
seals it is how he manipulates Ymir, who mirrors Eve, the mother of her people. The parallels here run deep.
Who's Amir?
Satan manipulates Eve by making her doubt God and think she could become like God, knowing full well that he was bringing about her death sentence. King Fritz manipulates Ymir by staging a hunt and making her doubt her death.
Who is Ymir?
Just a little bit, knowing full well that he would never let her go free. In the end, both women meet their tree. Both become vessels of tragic consequences. And the manipulators who cause it all use the women as tools to reshape the world. Both women have turbulent relationships with their devils. After the original fall, God declares, "I will put enmity between you," being Satan, "and the woman," being Eve, "and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." This is the first prophecy in the Bible. The enmity is the start of the cosmic war between good and evil, until one rises up and crushes the serpent's head. In AOT,
Oh, I forgot to do something.
enmity is twisted into a sick trauma bond. Because for all his cruelty, Ymir doesn't fight King Fritz.
Ymir. Oh, not Lumir, Ymir.
She has his children.
I was like, this sounds like my
stays
name.
loyal to him. So, we will see that the prophecy still holds. One day, one of Ymir's descendants will rise up and bring the legacy of King Fritz to an end. We need to dive deeper into what the fulfillment of this prophecy must look like in AOT, because it is super important for all of the events that follow. To do so, let's look again at the case of Adam and Eve. Their sin was not eating fruit. It was their disobedience to God. And all humans after them inherit that disobedient tendency. But Ymir's case is different, right? Her encounter with the tree wasn't disobedience. No one was guarding the way, and no warning not to go near it. Her transformation into a Titan would have happened all the same, but without an intentional transgression, her descendants wouldn't inherit the curse. But we already know that her descendants do inherit the power of the Titans, so what is happening here? Well, it's because her sin was not her encounter with the tree. It was that she obeyed King Fritz. She served the devil incarnate, slaughtering and conquering in order to keep his favor. And just as Adam and Eve's descendants inherit their disobedient nature, Ymir's daughters inherit her obedient to evil nature. They obey King Fritz when he commands them to eat their mother's corpse, and then they inherit the power of the Titans. That inherited obedience enables the curse to spread. In Attack on Titan, humanity falls for a second time. This time, it wasn't from grasping at power, but from clinging to connection.
I'm so bored right now, like, my brain. I'm so bored out of my head right now, I could go to sleep.
If Adam and Eve's disobedience to God for power required a savior who obeyed God to the end, then Ymir's obedience to the devil for his favor requires someone who will disobey the devil, even at the cost of their closest bond. This inversion will decide the fate of the world. But that day is far off. For now, the serpent reigns, and King Fritz uses Ymir to build his empire, just as Satan uses humanity for his ends. Her power, though immense, was never meant to last. She dies 13 years after gaining Titan power, taking a spear for the king who exploited her. Her death is in keeping with St. Thomas Aquinas' account of the Tree of Life, that its finite fruits could only extend life by a finite time. Ymir was supposed to die the day of her hunt, but by her encounter with the tree, she received godlike power and a life extension. The nightmare doesn't end with Ymir's death, just as the story of humanity didn't end when Adam and Eve died. The true horror will unfold over the generations that follow them.
Forget everything you know about Life Upward. Bit of news. Do you remember I did the Lifestyle Sports campaign? They've hired me as their CEO for Christmas. Bye. Not a normal CEO. Get me an Olympian and another...
Act 1.5, Sins and Sacraments. After Adam and Eve, God promised one of their descendants, Abraham, to make his posterity into a great nation. This covenant held over generations and led to the formation of ancient Israel. They were a nation set apart from the rest, in appearance and in deed, and yet even they fell into sin and idolatry at times. Ymir's bloodline mirrors this, but instead of a covenant with God being passed down, it was the curse of the Titans.
I wish I could sing.
Naturally, this set LD
I
apart
can't
from the
sing.
rest of humanity and made it all too easy to fall into sin and false worship of their own. The curse of the Titans manifests in two main ways. Only a chosen few inherit one of the 9 Titans, fragments of Ymir's original power that can be used at will by the holder. The rest can be forcibly transformed into mindless, man-eating, pure Titans.
Well, that's really unrealistic. This nigga just jump out the fucking wazoo.
And instinctively devour humans until they consume a Titan shifter, aka someone who claims one of the 9.
This nigga turning around and beating your ass. I would have stopped fighting at that point.
They express a very human desire for salvation, redeeming their humanity, and a very human pattern of trying to attain it by devouring what isn't theirs.
Nigga, stop fighting this bitch, bro.
Eve trying to attain divinity by eating the forbidden fruit. It mirrors Ymir in her encounter with the tree, wherein trying to save herself, she ends up gaining a power she was never supposed to have. In both scripture and Attack on Titan, eating can be physical and spiritual. When done right, it brings salvation. But the pure Titan
That bitch way too
puts
strong.
this holy desire into horror.
200 views, nigga, I have 0.
Devour the 9 deliberately consumed.
Zara House Music.
What started as Ymir's daughter's vow to embrace and eating their mother, over time turned into ritual cannibalism.
What was I doing?
It makes the 9 far more depraved than the thoughtless pure Titans. Just as in Catholic theology, grave sins committed in ignorance and with full knowledge, those are both bad, but one is definitely worse than the other.
It sounds like this. This is the major axis, and I have to make it 90 degrees, so minor and major.
So in AOT,
I don't remember what it was.
obedience to King Fritz is the origin of a curse for sin itself. Titan bodies are then shaped according to the gravity of sin, with pure Titans embodying sin committed in ignorance, and 9 embodying sin committed with full knowledge. In simpler terms, Titans are just walking sins. The 9 don't stop at embodying sin. The ritual they perform looks not ancient Israel's covenant practices, but New Testament Christian worship, saying that in this world, no holy gift is safe from desecration. Let's look at the two side by side. At Mass, bread and wine become the body and blood of Jesus Christ, what we call the Eucharist, and Christians eat of it to remember Christ's crucifixion and to draw closer.
My watch is not coming, bro.
It's a peaceful and joyful.
I just got it.
In Attack on Titan, priests enter and make way for something more selfish. In this ritual, the Titan shifter is chained into a crucifix pose, and they don't resist their fate of being eaten alive, almost as if to mimic Jesus on the cross. And that's while multiple witnesses watch on solemnly, and as you can imagine, at Mass, multiple witnesses watching on solemnly. Say, while the Eucharist points back to Christ's once and for all sacrifice, this ritual demands a new victim every 13 years. That's all Ymir got from the tree, in fact, all those after them. The worst part is that this ritual doesn't need to exist at all. If a shifter simply died with dignity, their power wouldn't be lost. They would be reborn into a random alien religion. But humans are revealed. They play God. They want to control the flow of power. In the end, it's ritual.
Whoa!
But it perverts it. This is exactly what King Fritz wanted. His cannibalistic ritual that he established outlived him, satisfying his dying wish, which goes, "My daughters, give birth and multiply. The blood of Ymir must not perish. If you die, my daughters, have my grandchildren eat your spines. If my grandchildren die, pass their spines from child to child. Even after I die, my elders will rule the great lands of this world with their millions, and my Titans shall reign forever and ever."
My average in the first was to help
like, you know, without limits.
They can say all that shit. I don't like when I see light skinned people saying that shit. Okay, what else?
Making new friends in the local schools.
It's easy. I'm done.
King Fritz mangles God's blessing in Genesis 1:28 to be fruitful and multiply into a command for conquest. He takes the phrase reign forever and ever, which is reserved for God alone for himself. King Fritz seeks to usurp God, which checks out with him being Satan in this story. Like their mother Ymir, Eldians oblige him. Each time they perform the ritual, they bow to his satanic will and realize his dream. Whether they know it or not, Eldia is bound up in devil worship, mirroring ancient Israel's own fall into idolatry and human sacrifice. All of this, the bloodline, incarnated sin, the ritual, is bound together in the mysterious realm of the paths. It's here in this endless and silent dimension that Ymir wakes after death, still a slave to the will of King Fritz. The paths connect all Eldians across history. Through them, Titan bodies and Eldian memories are transmitted. You can think of them as the hidden spine holding the Titan system together. The paths flip a common pattern we see in anime. In most popular
We're done.
natural forces are mastered by human effort. The physical governs the metaphysical. Attack on Titan subverts that. The metaphysical, the paths, govern the physical, the Eldians, and their Titans.
Oh, I'm so bored right now.
This design reflects a more
She's
biblical
boring
view
as
of
hell.
reality,
Her
where
voice is so
invisible
boring.
forces
I feel like I'm gonna
influence
die.
the visible
Listen
world.
to her, bitch.
It's one of the many reasons why I started wondering if Attack on Titan is a retelling of the Bible. Now, you could argue that Ymir controls the paths, but she doesn't deeply understand them or grow her abilities with them, which are both key signs of mastery. So I would argue that the paths aren't a tool she uses, but a system she works within. And we see her working endlessly building Titans from sand and sending them across time and space. It takes Ymir years to build a single body. It's a depressing echo of God's role as creator. From Genesis 2:7, the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Both God and Ymir exist outside of time. Both work across time and space. Both make bodies from dust. But the similarity ends there. God creates from love and freedom. Ymir creates from trauma and bondage. God rests on the seventh day. Ymir never rests. God's creations can co-create with him. For example, we play a role in bringing new human life into the world. Ymir's creations cannot. They are sterile monsters. She must make them all herself, over and over again, without any joy or authentic choice. On that last part, God could carry the load if his creatures could not co-create. He is God. But Ymir is not. More than a symbol of a biblical world order, the paths mirror the Bible's Sheol, the shadowy realm of the dead in the Old Testament, where souls would await their final judgment. Righteous souls in Sheol longed for the day when a Savior would come and free them. Ymir, too, waits for salvation in a quiet, dark realm outside of time. And while she waits, she toils for the royal line and her subjects, enabling Eldia's meteoric rise. Act 2. Priests and Princes. Ymir in the past was the only one working behind the scenes to serve the royal Fritz family and power Eldia's growth. In the physical world, protecting royalty and fighting for the Eldian cause was a fierce clan of warriors, the Ackermen. Born from Titan experiments, the Ackerman clan could manifest the power of the Titans while remaining human. And unlike other Eldians, they were immune to the memory manipulation of the founding Titan, the first of the 9, with the ability to control other Eldians when held by a royal. The Ackermans played the role that the Levites played in ancient Israel. The Levites, one of the 12 tribes of Israel, began with a condemnation. Their founder, Levi, committed violence that cost his descendants land inheritance.
I want to sleep for a bit.
Yet God turned this into
I'm so bored.
He himself would be their inheritance, setting them apart to serve in his temple as priests.
If I go to sleep, it's over. Like, I'm not gonna wake up. I'll wake up 10 hours later.
Offering sacrifices, and in the case of the high priest, entering the Holy of Holies, or the innermost chamber of the temple, without dying.
AI, let's move to production. The whole company's waiting.
How's the process?
What process? When you need your AI solution to scale on your terms, you need Red Hat. Keep your options open.
When you get a concerned gift wrapper goat, you can provide families living in poverty around the world with endless goat manure to help their crops grow. Save a concern and sprinkle some concern magic this Christmas.
Likewise, the Ackerman's greatest privilege is in serving the royal family using their unique abilities to do so. Like the case of the high priest entering the Holy of Holies without dying, the Ackermans can stand before the founding Titan without losing their memory or identity. Finally, of course, the Ackerman we know best is quite literally named Levi, though he is not around at this stage of the story. With the power of the Titans and the Ackermans, Eldia quickly grew from a primitive and violent tribe into a fearsome empire. Eldia's ascent mirrors the growth of Israel after the Exodus, in which the ancient Jewish people displaced 7 nations larger and stronger than them and claimed their place as a world power. Unlike Israel, Eldia had no Exodus. Before they could be oppressed, they attained godlike power and used it to oppress others. Israel went through trial and tribulation that taught them to trust and have faith in God, that led to the establishment of the 10 Commandments. Eldia had no such struggle. They developed no higher trust or faith or guiding principles. The same barbarism we saw when King Fritz first came to Ymir's village lived unchallenged. Over the centuries, Eldia struggled to absorb their lands. Kingdom after kingdom fell, until none were left to oppose them. At last, King Fritz's dream of domination was fulfilled, and Eldia stood at the top of the world. But a deal with the devil never ends well.
Let me just sleep for a bit. Stop saying that. Stop me.
Driving the hostilities were the 9 great houses, each possessing one of the 9 Titans, with the Fritz family above the rest holding the founding Titan. After helping to conquer the world, the great houses had no outlet for their violence and ambition, and they began to devour each other, often literally, in the centuries-long Great Titan War that spared only the Fritz family. The Great Titan War plays out like the Old Testament books of Kings, in which the once untouchable ancient nation of Israel fell apart from the inside after the reign of the great King David. Mostly bad kings fall into the same traps of sin and idolatry. The kingdom itself even fractured. Israel with its 10 tribes in the north, and Judah with its 2 tribes in the south. In the northern kingdom of Israel, assassinations and coups became the norm. Kings often reigned for just a couple of years, one only a week. The southern kingdom of Judah fared slightly better, but many of its rulers also turned away from God and oppressed their own people. Between the 2 kingdoms, tensions often flared into outright war. This unraveling is often framed as judgment, God lifting his hand and letting Israel suffer from the consequences of their actions. Though we don't see it on screen, we can imagine a similar unraveling in Eldia. The nation splits along house lines. Great houses who were once pillars of strength break down from the inside. Siblings devour each other for Titan power. Houses plot betrayals. Alliances break just as fast as they form. So, why didn't the Fritz family interfere? They had the founding Titan and the Ackerman clan. They could have controlled the conflict between the other 8 houses. Were they bringing judgment on the other 8 houses by lifting their hands and just letting things play out? Not quite. For one, the Fritz family never had a covenant with Eldia. There was no moral code that they could break that would end in their punishment. Their only role was to use their Titans in war against other nations, which they did well for a millennium. So this wasn't divine punishment, or even just regular punishment. It was chosen indifference. Second, and most importantly, the Fritz family descend from King Fritz. They are his offspring not only in blood, but also in behavior. And that last part is crucial, because in scripture, being a child of the devil means doing as the devil would. As Jesus says to the Jews who oppose him in John 8:44, you belong to your father, the devil, and you want to carry out your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning. The Fritz family certainly does as King Fritz would. We saw that King Fritz created an environment in which slaves would turn on each other while he calmly watched. Now, the dynamic between the Fritz family and the other 8 houses was certainly more equal than the dynamic between King Fritz and his slaves. But there's an uncanny trend of the Fritzes just letting chaos unfold between those who they should lead. As long as it doesn't counter their goals of domination, they just let it happen. Like Satan, King Fritz and his descendants let chaos and declare themselves kings of it. Unfortunately for them, chaos is never sustainable. As Eldia cannibalized itself, a once powerless enemy watched, waited, and prepared to strike. The oppressed would become the oppressors, and the cycle of violence is far from over.
My heart breaks for parents in Gaza, watching their hungry children growing weaker every day. Tiny bodies sore from hunger, fighting to survive. Their precious child's cry, now barely a whisper, holding their child close, knowing that love alone can't fill an empty stomach. I can't imagine the pain these moms and dads are going through. With nowhere left to turn, they whisper, hold on, little one. But time is running out. Please donate at unicef.ie today. UNICEF is on the ground in Gaza, rushing saving food to hungry children. But we urgently need your support. If you could help save one child this Christmas, wouldn't that be
That's
enough?
it.
Please visit
And I have light shadow,
and let a child know
a little
your
sketch,
help
and
is
then
coming. Thank
a
you.
little. Alright, then. Let me take a break. I'm so sleepy.